It's live right across the street on the other side of the, on Chestnut Street, right behind. Used to be Chestnut.
Yeah, the attorney did that. Did he not send you?
Oh, yeah, no, right. I think that's like he must figure it. Yeah, he does a good job. I have a nice Roy Squirrel. He does it. He is. Bones Boy is the freshman. He's a fun kid, good kid. Did he have done best for us? I think it's just, Roy, never throw it. And his daughter, he got 7th grade.
You're awesome.
I could see it was playing today. She's
All right, thank you.
you know, she's a good just. I didn't do it. Just a good, this is a kid. They did it back when we told her.
Send her back. This is a house of error. You did something wrong here.
Sometimes I do good.
Oh, they're lucky sometimes. Hey, good morning. Let's all stand here and we'll do our pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Dave?
Heavenly Father, we come to you today just asking that you watch over this meeting of our county commission and watch over our employees as they go through their duties this week. And we ask that you help the commissioners make the decisions that are best for the county and for your will. In Jesus' name, amen.
Good morning, everyone. Did you get a chance to look at the minutes?
Yep, I did. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. We approved the minutes from last week. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I've got several things for you to get started today. I left the payroll vouchers there on that clipboard for everybody to sign. I have the park report for December, and it just has yearly totals on it too. That one doesn't require any action, just for your information.
We'll read the numbers. Year to date, it looks like $211,108.15 in receipts. Expenditures, $290,059.96.
And I have a whole stack of ads and abates. We had not brought any over since tax roll was done last October.
Okay.
We have to hold them for a while the state reviews everything on our tax roll. And now that we've got that all cleared up, I have this whole pile of them here.
You.
And I would say, if you don't want to go through and sign all those, don't worry about it. We can just enter them in the system. I showed some of this to Jim the other day when he was in, and at the time, I had told him the net change on all this was $5,354.31 increase in tax dollars.
Okay.
Since then, there were two more that were entered, so I have a couple more. One went down $5.28, and the other went down $149.54. So the net increase is still over $5,000. So these are the adds and abates 2020-1 through 57, 59 through 72, then there's number 74, then 76 through 138, and 140 through 153. The reason there's some gaps is sometimes they'll enter one and then find a mistake or something changes and they have me go back and just cancel that one.
Did you want to look at any of them? Are we good? Okay, I'll make a motion that, from what you just read, to approve the adds and abates.
1 through 57?
There's a bunch.
Yeah, there's some gaps in there.
Okay.
It ends on number 153, but there's some gaps in between.
So that was my motion.
I'll second.
Then moved in second that we pass adds and abates for this last year. All in favor? Aye.
Going forward, we'll have a few every week probably for a while, but it won't be big stacks like that at a time. And then I have the claims for the day, and the total on that is $600,210.36. That includes that construction payment that was approved last week of $351,885.99.
Did you get a chance to look at it already?
Yeah,
On your
I looked
email?
at them already.
Did you? You wanna make a motion?
Motion, let me look at the figure again. Make a motion that we pay $600,210.36.
I'll second.
Then moved in second, we pay the bills in that amount. All in favor? Aye.
You said that did include that.
Yeah, it includes the construction payment that was approved last week. I also have a form for the Secretary of State's office that I have to do every 2 years after new officials take office, that caught everybody now except Rick and Danny. But I just need you to print your name on the first line and sign the line beside it. And this is what I have to send in. So yours would be, yeah, print here and sign there.
What did you say that was?
It's just a listing for the Secretary of State of all the elected officials
Oh.
and their signatures.
That's why I signed Gary Thompson.
Where do I need it? Oh, right here.
Print here, sign. All right, I think that's all I have for you for now.
Kevin?
Good morning, Commission. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. Just to get right to our numbers, our total prisoner population's at 22. We have 14 in, 8 farmed out. We were able to gain another bed over in Anderson County for a female prisoner this week, or this past week, so that was helpful to us. We currently have 7 beds in Anderson and 1 in Bourbon. In regard to the jail, this week, we're going to be placing another set of bunk beds in the facility, so we'll have a couple more beds in space. So we're trying to keep our number down a little bit so we can lock down that area this week. Got with maintenance this morning, and it's looking like we were hoping for the install this week, but it's looking like it'll probably take place next Monday morning for that extra set of beds. So this past week, we had 113 911 calls and 248 calls for service. Our civil process paper service is up quite a bit. Last week, we had 30. That's probably double where we've been recently, so that tells us that they're starting to ramp back up for a little bit of court, maybe in the next month or two. We had quite a few VIN inspections this last week. We had 25. Usually we run about half or maybe 20, but less than that, less than the 25 anyway. So that's really all that we had that's notable this week. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to attempt. And if not, thank you and have a good day.
Got a question, Kevin. On that road out there where you and I talked on the corner on 31 on the way to make, whatever happened with that landowner?
The landowner agreed to be there, open the gates, allow KDOT to come in and clean. And KDOT has been resistant to doing that, I believe, because they have to get so far up into the landowner's space. So I kind of turned that over to Jackie Messer, and he talked to KDOT and to, I believe, the landowner as well. I visited with the landowner quite a while. Seemed like a decent fellow who just didn't mind getting it taken care of. And quite frankly, I think it'd be an advantage to him to keep all that stuff out of his fence line. But I think KDOT had some reservation as to what to do. And I think KDOT also had some reservation as to letting Linn County come in and clean on it because it's not our right of way, of course. So that's where it was last left, and I don't know where it's going from here.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Anything else? Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good day.
Sir, are you with the Justice? AMR. Oh, AMR. You all disguised. All disguised. Go ahead, Doug.
Good morning, Commissioner. Last week I brought a proposal to you to consider the purchase of a color copier. The additional information, and I sent each of you an email, so hopefully you've got that. But just to summarize it, I went through and looked at it. Costs for us to print color copies with this would be 2.6 cents per copy for a single side, or 4.6 cents for a double-sided copy. Black and white's a penny a copy, or just slightly over that for double-sided. Our existing printers that we're currently using for color, it's 14 cents a copy, 28 cents for double side, and it's about 4 cents for black and white, or 5 cents double-sided black and white. If we were to go with the Linn County News, their price was 17 cents single side and 34 cents double side print for color copies. That does not include hole punching. If we were doing a book or binder, 6 cents and 12 cents for black and white. Again, hole punching is an additional cost. And typically, the Linn County News for color single-side copies is 39 cents, so they gave us quite a price drop even at that, but it's still higher than what we can do internally. I won't belabor some of the stuff that's in here, but with the price of the color copier on the government pricing and the number of copies it would do, it's unlikely that we would ever go over the point of using up the toner and drum, or not toner, but the drums and fusers and things that are in there to ever have to have them replaced before the copy machine itself is antiquated. I got the price for maintenance. Maintenance kind of goes up as the machine gets older. Maintenance includes toner, anything that would go wrong. I do not have maintenance on our current machine, which this November will be 10 years old. In the 9 years that we've had it, we spent less than $1,000 on maintenance. In visiting with the gentleman on this machine, he said that we likely had saved $1,000 to $1,500 by not having the maintenance contract. That, you know, whether you're buying an extended warranty on your car or something for your washer, dryer, your refrigerator, you're buying insurance or betting that it's going to break down and it's going to cover it. If it doesn't break down, then you spent money for nothing. I'm not much on maintenance.
Go ahead.
So if we were to purchase it, my recommendation would not be to get the maintenance on it. With the estimated 10,000 color pages we print annually and the roughly 20,000 black and white, our annual savings over our printers is estimated at $1,160 per year. rounding that up, just to $1,200 a year, it would save about $600 in fire, $600 in emergency management annually. So in less than 7 years, the system would pay for itself. We have money in special equipment, so we would not have to use any money out of this year's budgeted funds, nor would we have to budget for it. We could use our savings from last year's monies to pay for it. And again, if our printing volume goes up, we just pay for it earlier, because we're spending about $1,200 a year on the average in toner cartridges for what we're using now, that we would not have to spend with this.
Danny?
Have you talked to Chris? I know it's kind of his forte. Have you mentioned anything to him as he looked?
No, I did not visit with Chris on it. It's a printer copier. It's basically the identical system of what we have. Now we have black and white. This is the exact same machine. It's just got color. So it's got 4 toner cartridges in it, the 3 color, and the 1 black and white, where our existing machine is black and white.
And that's a good point, because our policy on that was all IT stuff should go through. You can do all your research you want, and
So he's been unavailable to me the past week and a half, so.
Do we have other color printers in the county that we could utilize for your booklets that you're making?
Nothing that I'm aware of on that volume. I don't know about the machine here, but they lease it, I believe, so they pay so much a copy for it. This is just a way to try to save some money. We can continue to do what we're doing. That's not a problem.
Well, that's what I'd like to see, is continue doing what we're doing until we, or even check and see as far as the other places, if we need to make booklets for your training or whatever, utilize what we have.
I can use the black and white copy machine. It's just our color printers are wearing out. And before I go spend $400 or $500 for a printer and then pay $1,200 a year more in monies to keep those printers serviceable, it just made sense to consider something like this that would be cheaper in the long run with more capabilities. But it's up to you.
Since it's coming out of special funds, I don't have an issue with it. I just, and I mentioned Chris just because it's kind of his forte. I mean, he knows. I mean,
I'd like Chris to look at it.
Not a problem.
Because that's what we've been doing for all of our IT stuff. And
yeah, I don't have an issue with it at all.
but I can say this, that maybe our local vendor charges that much for it, but there are some online that you can get in the city that's much cheaper. I'm just saying, when you're going to go out and you need 20 books or whatever to have them printed and copied. And
Right. Currently, we do it with our black and white printer at a penny or so a page, or a copier. It's a printer copier just like this. The actual machine I'm requesting is virtually the exact machine we have now that's 10 years old. It's just, it does color and black and white, where the one that's 10 years old only does black and white. And it was just the fact that we could save some money. So you drop your fire budget and your emergency management budget $600 a year each in the savings of toner cartridges. That's the benefit of it.
okay,
Takes 7 years to pay for it. So I will check with Chris.
thanks.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Tisha?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Coleman, Linn County Health Department. Okay, COVID update numbers. Total Linn County cases is 641, which is an increase of 26 from last week. Total active cases is estimated at 80. Linn County deaths, we've gone up. We're at now 6. Linn County residents hospitalized, we're saying 3, but that number will be more accurate when we put out our numbers on Wednesday, because we have to follow up on people and
Okay.
all of that stuff from the weekend. Linn County clusters at 4.
Okay.
Our numbers, I know we do on Wednesdays. I don't know if that'll be on a Wednesday this week, Wednesday, due to the holiday, or if it'll be on Thursday, but they will be done by Thursday. So that's COVID numbers.
You said 641.
Yes. Before I forget, I will need 10 minutes in executive session for legal with Doug. So due to the increase of cases, and focus on testing and COVID vaccination rollout, we are routing some of our cases out to KDHE. Just being transparent, letting you know that Locals, residents will be receiving phone calls from Kansas Department of Health and Environment versus us. So we have had, I also want you to be aware, as the commission and the public, that we have had an increase this past week of calls and concerns over persons not quarantining or isolating as is being asked of them and going into the community. And like I said, I want you and the public to know this. What we're doing on our end is we're reaching out to them, having additional conversations, making sure that their needs are being met, that they have services available for them, that there's really not a reason to leave their home unless they have to seek medical care, because the whole purpose of quarantining and isolation is to prevent further spread. As far as testing goes, our testing platform that we have at the Linn County Health Department, which is the Cepheid machine, the one that we purchased, we did get that up and going last week. It does include influenza A and B, RSV, and coronavirus. All those 4 are included in the one test. With our limited in-house supply, what we are going to currently do is we're testing symptomatic individuals only at this point until we can increase that supply. So
Are they on back order, the supply?
yeah, and allocation, yeah. I mean, we're only allocating. So, and what we have had 300. We now are down to 297, and so in an effort not to deplete our supply and then not be able to do it, that's kind of why we're doing the way we're doing. Now, as far as asymptomatic or exposed individuals, we still can do those tests as far as collect the sample and then send those to what's called the Senachip, which is where we had contracted with to send our samples to. But that testing is free now because they have worked up with KDHE. So, as far as testing should not be a problem for anybody, anywhere, and it shouldn't cost anybody any money out of pocket.
Okay.
Just also, influenza cases are increasing in Linn County, and we're encouraging everyone to continue to practice with the hygiene preventative measures to prevent the spread of influenza, such as stay home while you're sick, wash your hands, wear a mask, social distance, and limit gatherings, just very similar to what we're doing with COVID. COVID vaccine update. Vaccine, just like many other diseases, such as whooping cough, measles, chickenpox, influenza, vaccinating prevents infectious communicable diseases. COVID-19 vaccine has an efficacy of up to 50% after the first vaccine and up to 90 to 95% after the second dose. That is one more reason it is important to complete the series of vaccination. Vaccine distribution will take time, so we must all do our part to help our schools, businesses, and outlying hospitals. Before we move on to the next phase, we're still in phase 1. We want to make sure that we're getting everyone associated with healthcare and critical infrastructure vaccinated. Assisted living, I have talked to the pharmacy that is doing them in Linn County. The assisted living in Linn County is receiving theirs this week through the program, so we are not doing that. We have created a vaccine interest registration online that can be found on the county website. And to date, we have approximately over 300 residents over the age of 65 that have expressed interest. Depending on the amount of vaccine that we receive will determine our methods for vaccination clinics. Other stuff, health department related, in addition to the COVID and the vaccine and testing and all of that, our health department services are continuing to do as we can. And what we're doing is we're asking patients to make appointments, not to do walk-ins. WIC appointments mostly are over the telephone. However, those needing measurements, height, weight, hemoglobin, and et cetera, or immunizations are coming into the health department. Family planning, children physicals, all immunizations, TB testing, and other in-person services are continuing as we can. Our maternal and child support program is limited as we have a vacancy with that program. And our BAM classes that we started last year, we're looking at a safer way to restart those. And with the same as our community outreach and education, such as classes, wellness events, and health fairs, et cetera, we're looking at restarting those in a different manner. Cases or disease investigations and containment and emergency preparedness are a significant amount of our time with COVID and now with vaccine rollout. We are going to continue to promote and protect Linn County And I just want to leave you with this, that as COVID-19 case counts continue to rise, these are not just numbers. These are our friends, our family members, and our neighbors. Let's continue to be diligent in the fight against COVID-19, fight COVID fatigue, keep up the preventative measures, and keep our family and community safe. Let's celebrate 2021 by kicking COVID. Do you have any questions?
The freezer from your other building, when's it getting moved? The big one, the big refrigerator unit?
The industrial one?
Yeah.
We haven't set that yet. I don't know. We have to have our generator backup,
Okay.
and the generator would need to be moved at around the same time.
Okay.
So
I'll talk to Jackie about that. Have you talked to Jackie about that?
I have not.
Okay. If you would, please. Let's
Okay.
get that out of there before something happens. to
Yep.
it.
Okay.
I have a question. You're talking about like the court ordered quarantine stuff like that. What's the repercussions if somebody doesn't follow that?
Spreading COVID. I mean,
So what's the point of sending the court order though? Like if there's no,
there is,
Bert,
Gary, you help me out with this, the legality,
like when you get
it's
you get
a quarantine order or an isolation order.
That's a quarantine.
but doesn't it says something about district courts on there, does it not?
That they can
The
appeal it.
Appeal the district court. But that's not a court order. We don't want to present it as such.
Right.
It's an order from the health department, quarantine.
So I mean, if somebody does challenge it, is the district court's gonna, intervene with it, or are they gonna just?
If someone challenges it, they have 72 hours to be heard. And then we've done this. We did that, and then they determine whether there's findings consistent for the order to stand or that they can continue. They can get out of the order. But as far as restricting movement, we're not tracking people. We're not
So are you-
camping out at their place.
Are you
Huh?
getting a kickback from the public on that? I mean, if somebody's not following it?
Well, I think that we issue the written paperwork that says everything on it. We have the conversation over the phone. And ultimately, it's on the onus responsibility of the individual, whether they do or don't do what we've asked of them to prevent this disease from spreading throughout our community. And so along with that, we don't track them. We don't.
Is that how it is? How are other places doing it? Like bigger places, bigger cities? How are they doing their quarantines? Is there any repercussions for not following it?
Not to my knowledge.
Very few places
That are
anything in place to actually punish someone for not.
like fine them or something like that. Yeah.
But if you don't follow it, what you're doing is imposing your spread of germs on everybody else. So they're asking people to be responsible and reasonable.
Did you say that the KDHE is the ones actually following up on some of the cases for you? Is that what?
We're routing them out. So as we get new positives, we're what's called routing them out and sending them to Kansas Department of Health and Environment to do the investigation process of it.
Why is that? Because we just have manpower to do it?
Manpower, case increase,
Okay.
vaccine rollout,
Gotcha.
and we're going to start focusing on expanded testing as well.
The building across the street, the medical building across the way there,
CHC?
yeah.
Uh-huh.
How's that working out? Because don't they take low income patients as well and charge them very little to be seen for medical issues? Has that interfered at all with our health department numbers? Are they just avoiding you?
Like, are
because
we
they can go
competing with
there?
them?
Yeah.
As
Yes.
far as competition goes, we don't have a physician or a nurse practitioner on site to see patients, prescribe medications, and things
Right.
like that. So they have a sliding scale. I know they bill insurance and things like that. Duplication of services. There's not a lot of duplication of services in regards to what they do. They see sick, and Danny might be able to speak to this a little more than me, but because I don't know their whole operation. But they see sick people. They see well people.
Right.
To whereas with us, You know, ours is like, they see individual people and it's individual focused versus us as a community
Yeah, I just want
focus.
people to, and the reason I asked the question is mainly because there are people that go there that is low income, have no money.
Sure.
And they pay $10 copay or 15 or whatever the copay is or initial visit. But I mean, if those services are available to from the health department, if they are, such as whatever you provide, all the stuff that you provide. Now, I just want our people to know that in Linn County that you're there and available for that. So
Right, right.
I don't know if there's some way you can work with them on that. I doubt if they probably wouldn't be interested in that,
Well,
but
I've actually, when I first got in, I had, and Tish and I had talked about it, and that was kind of a focus of mine was, I mean, I don't know if it's realistic or not, but trying to, you know, get the health department out there in their or their south wing of their building.
Right, right.
Before they put the pharmacy in there, and it just kind of didn't work out. But, and I think they're willing to work, I think, but yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot. I mean, WIC, is that,
They don't do WIC.
They don't do that.
They don't do disease investigations. They don't do disease
right,
containment.
right.
but,
Yeah.
you know, like,
But shots and stuff, they do.
Vaccinations,
Yeah.
yes. They participate in the VFC program. We're a VFC program. I mean, they probably have more services individually available because
Right.
they're more like a doctor's office. We're a health department.
Right.
we actually have a meeting on Thursday, I think, and I'll ask that question and, you know, and see if there's anything that, you know, that they're being overran with that, you know, that we do the same thing of and see if they'd be willing to try to work with.
And we do work together. I mean,
And they're the company we hired, right?
yes,
Yeah,
that I still have not received an order for.
okay.
Tish, you and I, go ahead.
No, you're good, you're good.
We talked one time about the numbers of services we do, the different services we do at the county, the number, how many patrons in Linn County that we serve. Did you ever get those numbers?
I started on it and then, you know,
I know.
craziness
You're
happened.
good.
And so I have that and I've started on it. As far as WIC, I know we're around 300 clients in our WIC program. Give or take, you know, 10 or 20. I don't know. I don't have the exact amount. And what WIC does is, I mean, and I'm going to have my WIC nurse come next month and kind of talk to you guys about the WIC program to explain that whole program, that process to you. But, you know, for WIC, we see some of those patients or families, they have to be seen at least every 3 months. Nutrition education, monitoring measurements and things like that. And so we kind of, you know, identify those type of things. Immunizations, you know, yeah, I mean, I'll continue to work on that.
Good.
So,
Cool. Thank you.
yes. Anything else?
I don't.
Okay.
Thanks, Tish.
Uh-huh.
AMR. Oh, hold on. Have a seat there. We'll get you in just a second.
Good morning.
We'll get you in a second.
Michael Kabelka, AMR Supervisor. So all I have for you right now are just the numbers. We had 14 transports this week. We had about 27 call-outs. Some of those are various lift assists and refusals and things of that nature. I know that we had one cardiac arrest yesterday that might be COVID related, so that might inflate the number a little bit on that end. Obviously, Galen is not here, so he has the answers to the big questions you guys might have, but I'm willing to take any right now if you have any.
I don't have any.
Any questions for me I can relay to my boss?
Nope.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Harding?
Burton Harding, County Attorney. Good to see you guys this morning.
All right.
So it's been kind of a whirlwind first week. I've been quite busy trying to get up to speed and get on top of everything. We've got 200 cases set this week, so I've been working pretty nonstop with the other attorneys trying to get things worked out and see if we can clear up some of this load. I've been working with the sheriff and some of the defense attorneys to kind of identify some of the more problematic cases, the cases that are just getting ancient, the ones that are languishing in jail that we need to get moving and that sort of thing. Giving those some priority and we're kind of making some progress there slowly but surely. I've got a couple things that we've had a few employees leave that office before I got in, and I'm looking for an assistant right now. I think it might be worthy of talking about changing the locks in that building at some point. I don't know if they turn in their keys or what, but
Okay.
I'd like to have that addressed. Also, I would like to, at some point, maybe a 20 or 25-minute executive session for non-elected personnel to talk about both a couple positions that I'm looking at.
How long you need?
20, I'll say 20 minutes, I think.
20 minutes for personnel?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I guess, I don't know what more information you're wanting right now, if you got any questions.
Is there anything that you want to share with the public on how, how you're going to do things, or if, like on your office wise, like, is it going to be open to the public, or how?
Sure. Well, I guess, what do you mean by open?
Are you going to be, are you going to be there all day, every day? I mean, is that,
So-
when somebody needs to get a hold of you?
Sure. So absolutely. So the position is part-time. So I'm going to be splitting my time between the county attorney's office and my practice in my office. I will also be doing probably a good deal of work for the county attorney's office in my office over here for a few reasons. Number one, there's not really an office in that building for me. And then there's, I guess, with the distance from the building, there's some latency and lag issues with the internet. It's a little bit slower there. So I've talked to IT about getting set up to have a phone and a desktop system set over here in my office, so that I'll be working for the county attorney's office while I'm over here, and they'll be able to buzz me right over if they need me. They've got my cell and office number. I'll be reachable. If I plan on being open really anytime, if any member of the public wants to speak, unless I'm in court or something, I'll certainly make time and be available wherever. That's fine with me. Probably meet them over here. But again, there's not an office in this building over here, so if anyone wants to meet, I'll probably meet them over here just for privacy reasons. As far as openness or whatever, I'm going to have an open file policy with the defense attorneys. I want to make sure that we're not playing hide the ball with anything. I think we get these cases resolved a lot better if we're all looking at the same information and get them moving. I've spoken to the sheriff also about doing periodic press releases, something that's done in other counties, where if there's something big or notable that happens, if there's a big case or an arrest or a disposition or trial or whatever, maybe doing a brief, press release and publishing that on the county attorney's website, on the county website, and just to kind of keep the public updated on some of the bigger things that are going on. And
I didn't look. It's my fault, but did you look at our county website? Did they update all your stuff on
I have
there?
not looked. No, I
All
don't
right.
know.
Dave, can you ask or look and see if they've updated the county website?
So with our old attorney, are you able to communicate with him, or how does that work?
I've got his phone number, so if I need to call or reach out, I'm sure he would take my call.
Okay.
Burton, I've got a question, I guess.
Sure.
You've got a opening for a part-time attorney.
Mm-hmm, that's right. Well,
Okay.
yes.
What's your idea on that? I mean, you said this is a part-time job that you have now. How, do you plan on keeping the part-time attorney? Or?
So that's a great question, and one I think we might need, by at least in part by necessity, need to kind of feel out as we go. As it is right now, coming from not only a defense attorney on the contract, but just, one of the only attorneys in this county, I've got a good deal of conflicts right now, and I've got, it's a necessity right now for me to have somebody to at least cover a lot of these conflicts. I'm finding, like I said, again, right now I've got 200 cases this week alone. This is, if without an assistant, I mean, this would be every bit of a full-time job. And so, as it appears to me right now, after 1 week, and maybe this is something we revisit it later down the road, but as it is right now, I think without an assistant, then we'd have to have some conversation about the position being full-time. But I think that if to maintain as it is, that I think that assistant appears to be necessary. I know that I don't know exactly what the numbers are, but I think Linn County has lower numbers than Miami County and Bourbon County, for example, and they're set up really similar to the way we are. I think Miami County have 3 assistants, and in Bourbon County they've got 2. So we're not really far off. We have less than anyone surrounding us. Now, our numbers are a little bit lower, but we're fairly commensurate, I think. I can get those numbers for you, but.
Would it be cheaper for contracted that?
Well, that's one of the things I want to talk to you about today when we go back there. Yeah.
That's one of the things we've done in the past until we came across, the last county attorney wanted that part-time attorney. So before that, and you would know probably as well as I do or better, that he did contract from time to time, didn't he?
Frequently.
Yeah.
Anytime he had conflict in the county, he contracted with somebody.
Right.
And actually, I believe the numbers indicate that if you're doing a lot of that, it's cheaper just to have an assistant, part-time
Right.
assistant, because they're, first of all, they're always available.
Right.
And they're not billing you for every hour on every case, so.
And that's
Would you feel like they would have more knowledge of the cases if they're,
absolutely. So one of the advantages I think is, and one of the things I hope to do is, at such time if I get to hire that assistant, to kind of separate those cases where there's a clear delineation between the cases that I'm handling and the cases that assistant would be handling. And that way, not only does each attorney have a much better grasp on their own caseload, but as defense attorneys or whoever needs to, if they want to call to talk about a case, they know exactly who they need to talk to. They know, the dockets that'll be on, the judges will be in front of, and that sort of thing. So there's just a lot more clarity and information for everyone instead of kind of everybody's handling everything, and you don't know who, if you want to ask a question, who do you direct it to?
so give me an example. Did you ever contract for over there?
I didn't ever contract, but I was asked several times to appear for the former county attorney.
Did you have much heads up when you went over there, or was you just
No, it's just
day before or whatever?
You get called the day of or the
Wow.
day before, and you might get an email saying, this is something we've talked about, or just continued out till I'm back or whatever.
I can see where that could be frustrating for
Yeah.
several sides.
Obviously you're the one that knows how things need to be run, and you're an elected official and you can do as you please. And I just ask that if you could be over there, if there's anything we can do to make an office over there.
Sure.
I know I've had a little bit of a kickback from the public on that situation. And I'm just huge on being,
Sure, and
if we can,
and I absolutely agree with you. I know exactly where you're coming from, and I don't disagree at all. I spent a couple days over there last week, and I plan on being there. I want to be available over there too. I want the girls over there to be able to just turn around and ask me a question instead of needing to pick up the phone all the time. So it is important to me to be over there. There is, again, just logistically, there's a problem, and I don't have an office, but my goal is to be over there at least a couple days a week to make sure that I'm available for them. And there's a need for me to be over there anyway, because as they get charging documents or affidavits or whatever, I need to be there to physically pick those up and look at them and all that.
if there's
stuff.
anything that I can do to help, or I think they're probably.
Sure. Well, I'll turn my mind to that and see if I can think of anything. I'll absolutely let you
And I
know.
know you got a lot going on. I'm just, just in the back of your head.
Sure. Well, I appreciate that.
Will you have a new office in this building here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did that get changed up?
Well, I've requested a change. I had a chance to look at the most recent.
It was
plan.
open
I can
space.
address that.
It was just open space, was it not?
Yeah.
Yeah, we requested back in, very soon after the primary election, we requested the architect to restructure that. Originally that office had small offices for the personnel and the workroom and so forth. And then it was taken out and just made an open space concept like this one down here, which once Burton realized that he was going to be in this position, he doesn't like that open space concept for a
Privacy.
variety of reasons, including privacy issues. So he had talked to me about how do we get these offices back in. So we talked to the architect, said, this is what we want. He said, this won't be a problem because we didn't take out any of the ductwork. We didn't take out any, we just took out the walls.
Right.
And so he said, we can put them back. Well, we kept waiting to see a plan where they were put back, and they hadn't done it. But I finally pinned him down last week, and he says he is drafting it now with that change. So that's a long way to answer your question, but the fact is, it is in process, and we will have it soon.
Okay. And I guess, any other questions?
I don't have any.
Well, I hope the chair would say the same thing. We've met several times over the last week, and we got several things kind of working to hopefully do things more efficiently and get things going, I think, a better way than we had. And I'm real optimistic. I think we're in a good trajectory right now, and That's it.
I think we were here last week, but so welcome and
Thank you very much.
we're here to help you, whatever you need.
I appreciate that. The only other comment I make is again, for my legal executive, I have a hearing at 11 o'clock, so I probably need to leave in about an hour or so. I don't want to pinch you or your time.
Give us 10 minutes, we'll be in the
That'd be
executive.
great.
Okay?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. You got a long one? Jessica, you got anything?
No, I need,
Into the executive session,
How long you need?
what do you need, 10 minutes?
10 minutes, to be on a legal matter. We're
Okay.
relating technology.
Mr. Mayor, what do you got?
I just need to talk about this bridge maintenance, just checking in committee.
Yeah, you're about to get put on hold for about 45 minutes. Huh? You sure? All right. We're going to go into executive session. Before we do, it looks like we have some public comments. I'm going to open public comment up early. Did you have something, sir?
Yeah.
Come on up here and just state your name and go ahead.
Call my name.
Okay?
2 mile west of Parkle, mile north, and people put brand new water bridge in about 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay?
Something wrong with it. County engineer or somebody ought to take that bridge out, or water bridge out.
Okay.
Something wrong with it.
I'm gonna hook you up. I'm gonna connect you to the person that can help you on that.
Yeah, the county ought to be,
Yeah.
something wrong.
Let him
Okay.
look at it, and there's an engineer right there, and let him look at it and talk to you about it, and then I'll talk to you again.
Okay.
Okay?
Where you backed up water up there?
Yeah.
Mile north,
Mile north.
mile west Parkle, mile north, 2.5 mile water will be backed up. You people heard about it? A lot of people, some of you here told you about it. We ain't no backed up that wood.
Okay. I don't know.
Miami County ready to have backed up.
Right.
Linn County not.
Right. Okay. Hey, Sheriff, can you take him to Jackie? I know you're not the escort, but I'd appreciate it. Hey, sir,
You go with him, he'll take you to the guy you need to talk to.
did you have something, sir? No? Okay. So we're going to go into executive session. So my motion is to go into executive session, 10 minutes with Tisha for legal, 10 minutes for, with Jessica, and 20 minutes with Mr. Harding for personnel. So that's a total of 40 minutes total.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oh, okay.
Everybody wanna say like, you
If, yeah, he told me.
Yep.
If we do that.
Man, can't take one more bottle. Man, can't take, you put back, many times we put the old out.
Okay, we'll discuss it though. Okay, thank you.
You wanna get everybody, get the paper, make everybody sign the paper?
Did you talk to him already about it?
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, I work with him every day. I will.
Okay, see you later.
Hey, did you understand that, did you understand that, CPI and all that stuff? No. I'll try to help you with that a little bit later, but it's, and Dan, and Dave can really, David, you can talk to maybe Jim and myself and Danny again on the, issue that Karen Tyson was talking about last night, CPI and the, lid, tax lid, just to familiarize everybody with it again later on.
Taxes is what you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah, because it's going to change, obviously. But before, let's explain that. Now, David didn't like that idea. But he got the tax lid removed, so that's good.
We're still working on trying to get some amendments.
Oh, okay. All right, hey, Mr. Harding, you got some, we do have some action from our executive session.
Well, I'm asking the commission to approve the job description that I've brought to you for the job title of paralegal at the pay scale of 12.
12B
12B, that's correct.
for Sarah
Lambert.
Sarah Lambert, hiring Sarah Lambert, he currently has 2 vacancies over there, hiring her in that position with the new job description.
Rick, can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
I showed this to Gary and Burton. Technically, he's got the authority to hire. What we really need to approve is putting that job description in that range. So what I had in here, if this works for you, is that Burton asked to approve the job description in range 12, and then stated the hiring Sarah Lambert for that position, like hiring at range 12, that be 19.7768 per hour. So all we really need is a motion to approve the paralegal job description and place that job description in range 12.
And that's my request to the commission today.
Okay. Somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You guys have a good day. I'll see you
Yep.
next week.
We ready to talk about bridges, or what are we ready to talk about?
Jackie Messer, Public Works Administrator. We had a road closure last week, and it's an ongoing problem. Here's a couple of examples. The farmers and people throw cigarettes out that start the fires beside the road. We've switched away from the black culverts because you can see what happens. That burned from one side to the other. They're melting and burning these when they do field burns, and if they're not paying attention, that there's a black culvert, thinking that we're using galvanized. Now, galvanized doesn't last as long as the black ones, but that's the downside. So we shut down. I don't say 2000 road between 7 Highway and Keitel because we discovered that one last week that was totally burned out.
And this is because of a field burn, or what?
Yeah. Well, I don't know how the fire started. It was in the drainage. Maybe it came from a field burn. Maybe somebody threw a cigarette out, but we had to do an emergency repair and shutdown of the road to put in a new culvert. We put a metal one back. We've kind of switched back toward metal because of that. I know I stepped in a hole a couple of years ago doing an inspection, that the whole inside was burned out like that, and I went down to my knee. I mean, you don't find them until you have damage. But anyway, that was just, that was the road closure we had last week. There's 2 road closures I was just told about, or 3 next week. They're in Parker, starting the 26th through the 28th, probably the 29th. The 26th Main Street in Parker will be closed down by the railroad for their crossing repair. 28th, 1077 South Center. And then the 28th, it'll be Washington Avenue and 1800, which we call 1800 Road, Washington Avenue. They will be down for a day or 2. I've sent out notices to all the emergency managers to let them know about it. I did go up. I don't know if you guys want to. We've started to work on the cabin up at the lake to do the slab work to try to make the pour. I've got a couple of people working on that to form it up. We're hoping to pour the slab this week, get that cabin started. I don't know if you want to talk about that lacing. I don't know if you, Mr. Johnson, got a chance to go look at it or not. Because I'd like to, if we move into a position that we can work on that, I'm probably gonna, here's some pictures of the current building. And the one in particular, this is one of the large problems. It's, they have to pass through a bedroom to get to a bedroom.
Right.
The other issues are, we don't own the building.
Right.
It's owned by Lincoln Township, but we assumed all the responsibility of it. So if I could, I just wanted to bring some pictures forward of some of the maintenance that I see, all the soffit, all the roof edges needs repair, fascia, soffit. The siding probably needs repaired. I don't know that we want to put that kind of money in that building unless we owned it. I bet you township would cede it to us. But I just thought I would bring that forward. A little bit more information. We're going to be on the, if we're going to do something at the other site, and I forgot to bring you the drawings. I've got the drawings of what we were proposing for the other site. It's a 24 by 24 building attached to the rural water building that's on the highway. Now, the history on the rural water building, a little bit of history, it is owned, we have a deed to it, but KDOT actually deeded it to us, but they have strings to it. It's not really ours outright.
You guys talked about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's all sorts of strings on that. We did find the sewage. So
Terry, can you know the whole story on the deal?
KDOT deeded it to us. It has a reversion clause, which says if we cease to use it for county purposes,
Right.
it will revert not to KDOT, but
the rural water.
the rural water district. And then somewhere along the line, they gave the rural water district a quitclaim deed, which is
To muddy the water.
irrelevant because they'd already deeded it to us.
Right.
But they do have that reversionary or tail end clause.
And is it every 3 years or every year that we sign a,
The last time we did a 10-year
Agreement.
contract, and we just
with the rural water?
with rural water.
Yeah.
And we talked about one this past year, but we didn't know yet if we were going to do the remodeling that we've been.
Right.
right.
And not to scare them off, we were never we're still not intentionally on throwing them out, period.
No, it's
Just
little
a-
addition.
We would use one of those bays to park an ambulance in if that event happened.
And so, what we did was just continue it for a year, and so it really needs to be renewed this
Okay.
month, or should be.
Okay.
And the county has retained use of 2 bays. Rural water has the rest of the building, but we have the 2 end bays for the fire department training. They set up smoke in there where they put the SCBA's on and do some training with that. But I can continue to try to draw up stuff on that, or if we want to start looking at whichever, but it's just something we need to
So
work on.
I'd like to just take like an hour after the meeting next week, because Danny's went over and looked at the buildings, or he's going over today, right?
Yep, I have a meeting with.
You've already looked at the house.
Yep.
Have you been over to look at the house and other areas? I don't know if you want to or not, but we need
I've
to
got
come
the
up with
key.
a solution to the next problem is, since we're not getting that building, if we put the legal office back where it was until this one site's built, and then figure out what we're going to actually do with that site in the district courtroom.
So kind of what my plan is, I'm going to meet with Rick. We're going to go through both those buildings today. I'm going to try to draft a plan that I think's best. I'm going to bring it back to you guys. We can discuss it and make sure you guys are okay with changing anything we need to change. Make sure everything makes sense, and then we can next week talk about it.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about it. And if the Dawson House is decided on, I'd like to decide on it next week.
Well, I had an employee come to me as far as the drawings up on the judicial building that he has drawn up as far as we could use it. No, it's for.
In the judicial. See, I think we leave it all open and let's just talk about it next week, but let's decide on that Dawson House. We owe them an explanation if you're going to keep it or get rid of it. And I know we have supplies, but I know we can use those at another place.
Not that much, not that much.
Okay, good.
We don't have that much. Is it what's in the garage? Is that kind of what?
Yeah, it was a little bit left over from that other project. That was all. We have not purchased anything for that project yet.
Okay.
Let's see. I had a couple other things, but I wanted to get 15 legal and 10 personnel first.
What about here? He wants to talk about bridges. Can we do that, or do you need legal first?
I'd like a little bit of legal first that might be mentioned in there, but there were other issues I had to talk about in there.
Okay.
Are you going to go in there right now?
Yes.
I have a few questions when we're done with that, but that's fine.
I did look up that low water crossing that gentleman was talking about, and I'll go out and look at it again. The reason we couldn't find it, we had a little bit of trouble. There's terminology differences here. Low water crossing and a low water bridge. And that's actually a bridge. It was listed as a bridge. That we were looking under low water crossing. Low water crossing is under 20 feet barrel. Bridge is over 20. Yes.
I'll make, what was it? 15 and 10 or what?
15 and 10.
Which ones? 15 for legal, 10 for personnel.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to go 15 for legal and 10 for personnel. Jackie Messer.
Moving and second, all in favor? Aye.
That's good.
Oh, it is? You gave me the bad chair, didn't you? Uh,
Let's see. I think that's all the stuff I had other than, okay, we put out on bid three different, well, it's actually two different calls, but it's three parts. The first part is the on-call engineering. The reason we need an on-call engineering firm is it's required by the state. The second thing is, if, for example, there's two titles out here, and some people mistakenly refer to me as a public works director. I'm not the director. The director is an engineer. An administrator is not an engineer, and most of the counties have gone to administrators over engineers because they can't find engineers or they're too expensive to have on staff. So we have been using an on-call engineer, and they've been doing projects ranging from gas line sizing, guardrails, box culvert designs. We've had to go outside and contract like Olson because they were specific to the airport, and I wanted somebody who was specific to the airport because I didn't want a plane crash and find out that we had set the PAPI wrong. So they're under contract for that. We use Terracon for the solid waste down at the landfill when there's engineering there. They're the ones that they work closely with the state on landfill. The on-call engineer will help with grants. Any questions that we come up with. The survey work, just for Jim's benefit, the survey work is done two ways with Smith's. If it's a small job or he contracts out as he's a county engineer or not engineer, county surveyor, or if it's something, I can't remember the name of that company, Bradley and somebody does a lot of.
Alan Brandon Groups.
That one does a lot of the survey work for the other jobs. This contract does not cover the biannual bridge inspections. We had, so I'm going to break this up into three areas. On call, the OS 5 bridge, which was the larger, almost $1 million bridge. And then the third one is a smaller box culvert, which is somewhere between $200,000 and $250,000 contract or expected expenses for, it's also a grant for the Bodkin and 31. So it's basically three choices here. The on-call engineer, I can read all this, right? It's been opened up. Three bids. EES, Peppercorn, and BG Consultants. None of them are located in Linn County. Gardner, Lawrence, and Olathe. The costs range from BG being the most expensive, and they were considerably more expensive for the on-call hours, billable hours. Peppercorn and EES were basically the same. Linn County has a history with all three firms. EES has done the biannuals this year or last year for 2020. Historically, that was done by Schwab Eaton for years. Peppercorn did the on-call from 2017 to 18, and BG did it from 2019 to 20. I had some comments about, EES has been very responsive, works really well with the office. They work primarily on bridges and bridge inspections. Their costs are compatible. Peppercorn worked for us before with fairly good results. They were easy to communicate with. The bulk culvert designs and the low water crossing was excellent. I think one of the reasons they developed a side company which kind of confused the roles in 2019, and they're pretty much cost comparable with EES. BG is a larger company, has a lot more. Oh, and Peppercorn also does a wide range. They'll do sewer, small design work. They have answered. They've done more than just bridges and culverts. BG does everything. They're a larger company, but the one thing that I kind of had a problem with, their billable hours is almost double. So they're very expensive. For the on-call engineering, I would recommend we go with Peppercorn. Or do I need to do all three of them first, or just do them one at a time?
So EES did our bridge inspections last year.
Yes, and they're still doing them.
And the difference is you don't want to break it down in two groups.
No, bridge inspections will be a new contract in 2021.
Okay.
Bridge and contracts are separate.
Okay. Okay.
And the other two, I mean, it's one, I put it in one contract bid, but actually there's two bids.
Okay.
One's for the large $1 million. It's going to be million by the time you figure all the infiltration. All
Is that the
might be-
Hills Bend?
Yes.
Okay.
The other one's going to be a smaller, and it has to be done this year. It's going to be around 200, 225, 250, somewhere in
Okay.
there. It's a quite a bit smaller project. So I think we could pick somebody for the larger bridge and also pick somebody different for the smaller bridge. It's not going to be, everything has to be, I mean, I want to break it up to the best bid. So I sorted it out when I did it. We have 2 active bridge grants. The bid request is for design, contracting, inspections, and working with KDOT for all the records and submittals that they need. We received 4 solicitations for the work for OS 66 and 3 for OS 5, which is Hell's Bend. One of the firms felt it was too big of a reach for such a large project. So we only got 3 bids on that. 5, we got 3 OS 5, which is Hell's Bend, the bigger Swab Eaton, EES, and BG. And then 66, which is a smaller one, received 4 bids, Swab Eaton, EES, BG, and Peppercorn. The bids were a little bit confusing because they came in bid 2 ways, lump sum for the job and hourly. So if we choose somebody that does hourly, I will ask them to, or we will give them a not to exceed number for it.
So what do you want to do?
Okay. On the OS 5, which is Hell's Bend, I would recommend Swab Eaton. For the smaller bridge or the smaller box culvert, I would recommend Peppercorn for that. And it's based on past performance. We were pretty pleased with the works they did on those.
Okay.
And the bids were pretty compatible on those. Swab Eaton and BG bid hourly, and EES and Peppercorn did pretty much a lump sum, an estimate for a lump sum.
So it's a lump sum.
And they were roughly the same.
It's a lump sum on the OS 66 is your recommendation.
Yes.
And then it's hourly on the OS 5.
OS 5, once we pick who we're going to do, we can
Not to exceed number?
not to exceed number, because we will transfer, I'll say, look, I need a not to exceed number. What do you think it can do it for?
Well, I'm saying that swab meeting is right now. Is it how they?
How'd the other two
Yes.
bid it as well at OS five?
Okay,
Did
we
they
got it.
bid hourly?
Yeah, let's not get, you're confusing me because the two different branches. Now, the Hell's Bend,
The OS five, right?
yes, OS
So
5,
did they all bid hourly and by lump sum, or how'd those bids get received?
a little bit of, they were mixed. And so I'll bring them to the same number when, a not to exceed number based on the,
I'm trying to take all this info in. Is there a copy of it?
yes.
Can I
See it?
Yeah, let me go get them.
Hey, could you take while you're doing that, could you take go ahead and do that, but take like a 10-minute
Okay.
back there, and Elizabeth and all of them have been here forever, and we'll get them. I know, that's why I'm trying to get you away from them. You probably took all my Cheetos. Come on up. Come on up, Elizabeth. Jim, this is Elizabeth Maxwell. She's usually nice.
I'm usually nice. I've never been not nice. Well, maybe that would be it. Your county has been very good to our agency, so I am very nice. Okay, so I am Elizabeth Maxwell. I'm the director of the Area Agency on Aging. I am going to be retiring next week. So Leslie Rockers came with me, and she's going to be taking my job. So she will be the one coming down to you and sending you letters and requesting money and new vans and whatever she decides the agency needs. For your information, since you're new, we cover 6 counties: Anderson, Coffee, Franklin, Linn, Miami, and Osage. And the purpose of an area agency on aging is basically to provide all the services anyone over the age of 60 is in need of to help them stay out of the nursing home. And then the agencies just kind of expand on that, as well as doing people just over the age of 60. We then got asked to provide assessments for anybody who wanted to get on a Medicaid waiver program. So that could be traumatic brain injury, which basically is baby through adult, physically disabled, which is age 16 through adult, and then the frail elderly, which is age 65 through adult. So we've been thrown into kind of all age groups right now. We also act as an aging and disability resource center for all those age group populations. So we've really expanded from what the original intent was. But our heart is still back serving the elderly. That's what we do the most of. The report that I put together, we generally put in some stories of real people that we have provided services to. In this particular report, you'll notice that not only did we get our federal money and we got our state funds, which is what we always get, and your county dollars are our match dollars to draw down those federal and state. But in addition, this year, we had access to a lot of the CARES disaster funding. So we're able practically to provide anything that anybody comes and asks us for that helps them get through the pandemic. We've been given money to serve as long as they're over the age of 60. So we've been doing different kinds of things, whether it's paying rent, paying utilities, fixing floors in houses, building ramps, buying dentures, hearing aids, as well as providing ongoing services like cleaning houses, helping with bathing. And then our big program is the meals program that everybody knows, the Meals on Wheels program. So we do that. Your county 2 years ago purchased a van that we run down here. Our kitchen's in Ottawa, and the van driver comes up to Ottawa and brings the meals down here and distributes them to the 5 meal sites down here. So we were very appreciative when the county purchased that van for us. And then in addition, you also gave us our match dollars. So we were very fortunate that year to get that extra. So that's what we do.
You usually have some numbers that you
I
present to
do
us.
have numbers. What kind of numbers do you want?
For us, for Linn County.
Oh, for just Linn County, I can tell you, as long as I can read the print. I should have printed this bigger. Okay, so for example, in Linn County, right now we are servicing with individual ongoing services. We serviced roughly 30 people who got things like the homemaker, the bathing, that type of thing. The meals program, I'm sorry, I should have brought a magnifier. The meals program, we served 211 different people last year, and we served 22,772 meals to those 200 and some people. That's for Linn County only. The agency as a total served 171,562 meals. So you can, I didn't write down what percent Linn County is of that. And then in addition, you had 5 people who needed legal services. And then you had, oh goodness, 40 people who took advantage of all that custom care disaster money that used things like medication management, incontinence supplies, bath benches, insure, lifelines, we helped grandparents raising grandchildren. We have a 2 Feet Forward program, and what we do is we find grandparents who are raising their grandchildren, and when it's time for school to start, we ask the schools if they would tell us who might be in need of help buying those kids shoes to start school. And we had 13 grandchildren down here who got new shoes this year through our caregiver program. And that's one of our better programs, I think, that we do. So those were the major things we did. Going to look on Medicaid and see what you've got on Medicaid. On the Medicaid side, we did 54 assessments in Linn County for people who would qualify for Medicaid. And there were 13 people that called and said they needed to go to a nursing facility. And we do what's called a care assessment on them. And so we did that on 13 people who were going to enter the nursing facility. That program was down this year because really a lot of people tried really hard to keep family at home because they just, during a pandemic, did not want to be sending their loved ones off to the nursing facility. So we didn't have nearly as many of those.
Elizabeth, don't you, if people want to know about Medicaid, can they call your office and
they can
a class or something they can go through?
Medicare.
Medicare, I'm sorry.
Leslie's been doing those. She will be hiring a replacement for her, but yes, we do. If somebody's turning 65 and has questions, right now Leslie's still the expert on that, and yes, we do have once a quarter. She's been doing a class for that.
Elizabeth, I have a question for you.
Uh-huh.
So, for the last few months, we've been talking about our site over in Pleasanton, the church. We've had some issues with the HVAC and stuff like that, and we've thrown around the idea of, I've talked to Pleasanton and they were okay with it, moving that spot over to the community health or the community building.
Mm-hmm.
I know one time they talked about doing all the meals and stuff, but just talking about putting a table up and making a spot for to eat. What do you guys think about that?
Oh, I think it's a great idea. When that building was being constructed, there was so much back and forth on whether they wanted to include nutrition or not include nutrition. And I'm like, why would you not include nutrition in that? But then I think they kind of made the decision not, and that's why we stayed where we were.
Right, right.
But yeah, we're very flexible. I mean, it's a
Okay.
nice building and
We just want to be sure that we were,
utilize it.
with, COVID and all that stuff, that everything, it'd be, what you guys thought of it. And we,
Oh,
What about your equipment and stuff? Because you have equipment over there in the Pleasanton building now. Is that something you'd want in a contract saying that it could stay in the Pleasanton site, or would we need
Yeah.
it now or not?
I'm trying to think.
Just
what's
Leslie's
on
problem
there now.
next week.
Well, no, no, I'm just trying to, she does the site inventory. And I'm just trying to remember what we actually own in that building anymore, because a lot of that was yours. I mean, the bigger
Freezers and
I
stuff.
think was yours.
Yes. There's all kinds of stuff over there. Yeah.
We may have, I mean, if we did purchase it, it was so many years ago that it's been depreciated out, and I don't have a problem.
Okay.
Yeah, I would defer to Leslie, but I don't have a problem with it staying there.
That's good.
It's not like we need to have it. What you have to have is just a normal size refrigerator. So if you have leftover milk, you can put the milk in the refrigerator
Sure.
until tomorrow.
is there any special needs that I need? Because I'm gonna go to probably the city council now. We're gonna talk about it, but because I talked to Erica a few times, and she was pretty open, the city administrator in Pleasanton, and maybe just present them with the idea that I've been talking to her about, just so everybody knows. Is there anything special that we need to consider when when moving? I mean, is there any?
We have to inform KDHD and the Department of Ag that we're moving, and they have to, because we get a restaurant license, they would have to come down and approve the spot that we were moving to.
Okay.
So we'd have to show that we had hand washing sinks. I mean, we need to, if you really want to do this, we need to come down and really go through the building and say, okay, yes, I can check off all these things and it works.
As far as COVID related, there's other people that go in that building. So what's the concerns with none?
You wipe it down. I
Okay.
mean, we've gotten so we just Clorox wipe
Everything. Yeah.
everything. Get your bleach water. We wipe down our.
I know that was a concern earlier on. Yeah.
I think because it's becoming a way of life,
Yeah.
it's not that you become complacent, but you're into the new habit of you wipe the door handles, you wipe the chairs, you wipe the tables, you wipe everything.
Right.
Our site managers are supposed to be wearing masks. Our van drivers are supposed to be wearing masks. I don't know if anybody's actually eating at the Pleasanton site or if they're all taking their meals out right now. But if they do eat at the site, you can take your mask off, obviously, to eat. But then if you're just chit-chatting, you're expected to put it back on. That's kind of hard for a site manager to enforce, but the site manager is supposed to have theirs on. So we've kind of adjusted everything to be as safe as we possibly can, but yet life is going to go on, and we are going to figure out how to make those adjustments the best way we can. But the restaurant license would be the big thing.
Okay. Well,
We got to get it
let's
relicensed.
reach out to her over there in Pleasanton and just kind of, because I'd talked to her before, and she was totally on board. And if you guys are all right with it, I'll just speak with her tonight and kind of figure out, maybe try to go the next step.
And then Gary, if that's the case and Pleasanton says that's a okay thing to do we need a agreement, memorandum of understanding?
Okay, and this is a great time because we have to renew those restaurant licenses by March the 31st. So if you are in a process of making a decision, if you do get it made before then, it's good, because those aren't cheap licenses and they make you pay for two. If I pay for one now at Pleasanton, they'll make me pay the total price for another one in April for a new site. So it'd be great if we could kind of
She's saying
combine
hurry
them.
up.
Yeah, I'm saying hurry up. That's a nice way of saying hurry up, please.
Yeah, we'll,
But it would be more convenient.
we'll try to get you an answer. Jackie, you kind of deal with her a lot, right? I mean, so I'll just refer back to these guys and we'll talk to Jackie.
Okay,
Get going.
okay. Any
What else you got?
That's all I got.
What about your board members? Are any of them leaving that from Linn County? Jane or Tristan?
Jane is not going to run as a silver-haired legislator anymore. But
She's not.
going to stay on the advisory council.
Okay.
Tristan intends to stay.
So that's a position that we need to think about filling. Us.
Yeah, who's,
For silver hair.
Yeah, it's an elected position,
it
so.
is.
Press release went to the newspaper last week. That we were meeting, so that's
There you go, Gary.
So can you
Silver-haired legislator.
Silver-haired legislator.
can you explain, just because we're on camera and a few people watch this, can you explain like what the requirements are for that position?
For silver-haired?
have to live in Linn County, be 60 years or over, and either pay a $25 filing fee, or you get between 50, minimum of 50 names of registered voters in your county that attest that you are running in it.
And what does that individual do? I mean, what's their title?
Twice a year in October and May, those people would be expected to go to the to Topeka, to the Capitol, and work with the other silver-haired legislators across the state on laws that they would like to see in place. The silver-haired legislature was big in getting our Senior Care Act funding enhanced, 2 or 3 years ago. They did a lot on payday lending, stuff for elderly people. They've done a lot with grandparents' rights, like in a divorce or child custody cases. And I can't remember what the one they're working on now is.
I don't know what they're doing right now.
But they.
So there's a voice for this area.
There's a voice for your county, and then that's collectively used as a state voice for elderly.
Right.
Yeah.
Silver-haired legislators can't actually write bills, but they can work with your local legislator then to get them to write the bill and get it out on the floor and make it a state law. So they have value. Even though they only meet, a couple times a year, they do have value and they give good input. So yeah, you always want your county represented.
Awesome.
And can I ask Leslie something?
You bet.
Hey, Les, when you take over the realm, can you publish numbers once a quarter or once a month or however you do that, so we can be kept up to? Because we ask questions sometimes of how many meals you provide and what services you provide.
Do you want it just on meals or do you want it on all services?
Well, that would be nice.
I mean,
services, and we
could
could put
more than meals.
we could put that into the we could put that on our website, our Linn County website, so people will know. Try to identify to get you more business.
That would be good.
Would you guys be opposed to coming down more than once a year?
Oh, no.
I mean,
no.
He doesn't care. She's leaving.
No, I'm leaving. So she'll come every month if you'd like. Maybe not weekly, but every month she'll be here. No.
I just am big on that just because I try to utilize the camera and, I just, my generation, we're not involved very much. And I would like, just to get it out there, it's kind of like the museum. I'm trying to do the same thing with that, and, let it be known. 'Cause, I mean, really, everybody just knows Meals on Wheels. They don't know that you do everything.
Right.
Legal stuff,
I agree.
So it's,
No, I think it's a great idea. We just generally only ask to come once a year because we know you have a busy agenda. So,
Yep.
but you bet. Leslie's available anytime you like.
Do you want those numbers, or do I send them to the clerk?
Send them to David. Yeah, if you would. Thank you.
What else do you want from me?
Well, I'll see you next week, I guess.
You will see me next
Yeah.
week. Yes, you will. So that's all I got if you don't have any more questions.
Jim, you got anything? Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
good.
Be
Thank
safe
you.
when you drive back.
All right, we will. Thank you very much.
Hey, that was a lot less painful than asking for a van, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Who drives for this area right now?
Michael Martin.
You know.
I don't. Are you guys looking for any help? I mean, is there any way that us in Linn County can help?
Job open.
We're all looking for sub-van drivers, because this one's kind of an odd one because they drive that van and keep it at their house and drive it up Charlotte and drive it back down here for the deliveries. So if Michael wakes up and it's sick, and I don't have a sub that lives in Linn County, we have a problem, getting meals. So we're always looking for subs. And then site managers, off and on, we're looking for site managers. Right now, we're not, but off and on, we do that, so. I mean, is that something you put on your website?
Is that something that we can put on the website? Just
Yeah, and it's not just lunch you serve too. A lot of people will probably misinterpret it. It's just that one hot meal they get. But you do frozen meals for weekends and dinners as well, or not?
You can get up to 2 meals a day.
2 meals a day.
You get a hot and frozen.
Yep.
What you really need, and then we do lots of frozen on the weekends. So we do a little bit of everything.
I learned a lot today.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Thanks, Leslie. Good luck.
You said that to her.
Her, not you.
All right, let me see if I can make sense. The question was, so there's 4 copies of all these. You want to look at these, except one.
Yeah, I know. I just did whatever you guys were looking at.
What I was looking at was on the on-call, which that you don't have. But it's the numbers are the same. On the on-call, we have.
Where's your 4th one at? Schwab, Eaton.
Do what now?
You gonna have a Schwab Eaton?
What is that right there? What's that paper right there?
What was the 4? Didn't you have 4 companies? Peppercorn? B&G?
There was only 3, or actually there were 4 and 3. Peppercorn did not bid on the small culvert because or the large bridge, because they felt it was out of their wheelhouse. It was a little bit too complex for what they wanted to do. So there's no bid from Peppercorn on the large Hell's Bend.
Gotcha.
Okay, and I did run summaries of costs. Now I'm expecting 2 of the companies bid on the small box for around 30,000 as an estimate, and they were pretty close to each other. There were 32 and 30,000, I think. They were both estimates. On the large bridge, on the Hell's Bend, we had, these numbers are basically the same for both bridges. EES, and these are hard to do because everybody calls their people a little bit of different titles, so I was trying to fix their titles.
Hey, what's that?
Figure them out.
That you got?
But
This one right here with your pin on it. Yeah.
EES, 150 an hour. Peppercorn, 150 to 175, depending on which engineer. BG, 216 to 275. That's the on-call per hour. And then Schwab Eaton was 185, but they only bid on the 2 culverts. So, and then I looked at the field engineering, the engineering tech, and admin costs. They're about $56 to $60 for everybody. Testing, there was one. Mileage, EES said 56 cents a mile. Peppercorn said 54 cents a mile. The other 2 didn't list it, which I believe they're probably being about the same range. What I was looking for was on the bridges, I was going to give them a not to exceed of 30,000. And if they did, they'd have to come back. And that's kind of what I had in mind, a 30 or 32,000 reflected up from the bids. The larger bridge, I don't know exactly. I hadn't worked a not to exceed, but I'd go back to the paperwork. But that was going to be a per hour with the larger firms that bid on it. That's the reason it's a little bit, like I said, it's pretty confusing as it lays out because first off, there's 3 on-call, Hell's Bend, and 66, OS 66. but we did not ask for specific bids on how much the hours on each one. We just asked for to find out who was interested in what bridges. And then we would establish a not to exceed. The one Hell's Bend would be the not to exceed what the state, pretty much what we put in our state request. I don't remember that off the top of my head what that number was. But I felt the hourly rates are with two companies are pretty much the same. The third company is way up there, and that was BG. And then Schwab Eaton, they were principal engineer 185, but we were only looking at them for the larger bridge. And I felt the higher expertise on that or more varied because of the complexity of that job. The way it works on Hell's Bend is we will contract with one of the companies to draw up the plans. They're submitted to the state. The state looks at them, reviews them, approves them, then they take care of the contracting out. And then they provide the inspection and all that. On the larger one, the smaller one, we do all of it.
So they're gonna have to worry about getting over the railroad and all that.
Yes, and that will be once we submit a plan. I did look at one of the considerations BG put in for both grants, and they were successful where the others, I mean, we put in for Hell's Bend 3, 4, 5 times, never got it. But he explained to me that the reason we didn't get it is there's this whole list of critical fracture. And we kept moving up the list and finally got to a place where we fell into. And by the time, I think it's 22 money. And by the time inflation, if it's going to be anywhere from 750 to $1 million is where it's going to fall. But we don't know where the costs are going to fall with inflation and all that. But I was going to say HS 66, not to exceed 30,000. And then I was going to determine a number after a little bit more research on 5, what to not to exceed. I'll look at what we requested from the state and go with that number.
Just for engineering.
Yes, that's the engineering. For the plans and to submit them to the state to go through their approval process for that. Yeah, that was a lot of reading.
I'll let you say something. Go ahead.
Kind of like 6 foot on experience work.
Just state your name.
Oh, here's the all ones if you want to look at them.
I'll start with the smaller bridge. We're currently doing 3 of those right now, one in Jackson County, one in Montgomery County, one in Greenwood County. The smaller bridge, the county received a grant for $150,000. You guys pay 10% and the state pays 90% and $150,000 max. So $165,000, you guys run out of money. And then after that, you pay dollar for dollar. That job, they've cut the red tape. Basically, you guys do the bidding, you do the design, bidding, everything in-house, get constructed, and at the end, you submit the bridge inspection, and it gets added to the inventory. We're doing 3 right now, and the price ranges total are ranging from $190 to $230. So if a bridge ended up costing $200,000, it costs the county $50,000 total. And those are paid on a forced account where you pay, turn in the receipts, and then collect the money back from the state. The Hell's Bend Bridge is a lot different. It's an off-system bridge project. And typically how it works is you'll submit for the design, a bid for the design. And you guys are responsible 100% for everything up to the construction cost. So the bid for the design, you guys pay dollar for dollar. Any right-of-way, utility movements, you guys are responsible for that, all dollar. Once it gets designed, it goes to KDOT. KDOT will do the letting, and the lowest bidder will get the project. And then you guys will have to select an inspection firm. and you do that, but you can't ask for money because it's federal funded money. So you just do a qualifications and firms turn in, and you select from those group of firms to do your inspection. Typically, you don't want your designer in your inspection because it's kind of a conflict of interest. You can, but a lot of counties, they just don't like, they like to separate the two. And then it's 80-20. You guys would pay 20%, the feds would pay 80%. So the design part is a lot more expensive on the Hell's Bend project than on the other one. The smaller bridge project, everything's in-house. You guys can select your own contractors. I know the one in Greenwood County, we're actually using Hops and Stanbrooks to do our earthwork and stuff. But it's like you can use anyone, as long as it's got a professional engineering stamp on the plans, the county can pay, and it's 90-10 up to $150,000. So that's kind of the traditional way that those programs are bid out and everything. Do you guys have any questions?
Nope.
Okay.
Thank you.
So any questions for me or?
Any questions? No. Jim? So what's your proposal? Let's go one by one.
Okay, for the Hell's Bend?
OS 5, is that
OS
correct?
5, yes. I recommend that we select Swab Eaton.
So a few years back, before we vote on this or make a motion one way or the other, there was one of the companies that we weren't so satisfied with for whatever reason. We were.
Peppercorn. We had some issues with Peppercorn, and that was because of that. They were moving their
They were
offices.
the on-call service at the time, weren't they?
Right. They were moving their offices, and it was a conflict between the new company. They were trying to start a business on the side and get the work over to them.
Right.
But I think it's a pretty much a cleaner situation this time.
And we've worked with Schwab Eaton before?
Years and years and years with Schwab Eaton. They're the ones that did the bridge inspection for as far back as I can find in the files. This year we switched it to EES. The bids were basically the same, very close. I can't remember the numbers. But the difference is BG doesn't want to do the biannual bridge inspection. Schwab Eaton does, but Peppercorn doesn't. There's only a few companies that really want to do the biannual bridge inspection because they can't compete. But
okay. So prepare me a motion. What do you want me to? What do you want to vote on?
For OS 5, Hell's Bend.
Do we need a dollar amount at all, Gary, for this?
No, the dollar amounts were set by the state.
Okay. So we don't have to worry about that.
Basically, you want to take your
Okay.
and the inspection part, you have to go through the KDOT protocol.
Sure.
Selection, which is also a product, but it's kind of different. And on the design, did you send out to that, Michael?
Yes.
Oh, and they just didn't respond?
They didn't respond. I sent out to about 6 or 8 businesses.
It probably is good for us, so, I mean, other ones for the design of it, but they didn't write, did they give you a copy of the design?
No, they didn't break it down.
None of them did, right?
No.
So you probably want to get a design bid for you.
Well, we're gonna go.
No, I like the.
What do you want?
Yeah.
You got any other questions?
So let me, I'm probably more confused than I was when we started.
I think I'm further behind you.
Let me ask you this. Right now, what we're talking about is hiring a firm to design the Hell's Bend Bridge, right?
Yes, and carry through the
Do we not have a price for them to do that?
we have a grid we have a.
That's just these are our rates. We charge this much per hour, but.
No, I did not get it broke down into how much it
So
would
what are
be.
these bids for?
These are.
It's their cost of to do
They're
the
not.
design?
What those are called the offers of
Solicitation, bid
Qualification.
qualifications.
These are their statement of qualification, basically. And what they're asking you to do is to study these and decide which one of them you want to be the designer. But normally, if it's a big project, I think, and I think you were saying this too, you're gonna go back and say, okay, give us a bid to design this bridge.
Okay.
I mean,
So what we're asking for is a set fee on the designing of the bridge, and we don't have that.
give us a bid for designing this bridge.
Okay.
These are just statements of their qualifications, basically. That's my understanding of it.
So I did this wrong. I will go back and redo it. But in the past, we've gone from cradle to grave with one company is what we've been doing. Excuse me. You talk to them, not to me.
Yeah, for the on-call, this is how you do it. If you just want somebody who's qualified.
Yes.
You know how much per hour. But on designing the big bridge, see, I didn't understand where we were going on this, but on designing the big bridge, you want a bid.
Okay. I will go back and redo it.
Okay.
Okay. OS 66. In the past, we've done the entire process with one engineer.
Does it fit the same thing?
Again, it's a small project. It's not going to be a big bid.
Right.
If you had an in-house engineer, you just have to. But since we don't, then I think you want to bid on this too.
All right. I'll go redo it as well. The on-call engineer.
Now, the on-call engineer is a different bid. That's where you're going to say, we like the looks of this descriptive of qualifications best. This is who we're going to contract to be our on-call engineer. And then you may negotiate some kind of a monthly maximum or monthly minimum or not. I mean,
Yeah, we had that in place. It's been approved. It was 3,000 a month.
But that can be done on the statement of qualification. I think
Is everything figured in on the small bridge? Is that the way?
I can't remember how we did it before.
Well, once again, I think you're gonna have a bid for designing it. But it's gonna be a small design. I mean,
Yeah, on small bridge, I recommend just asking for a bid to manage the project, design and inspect. Get your contractor survey and everything. On the big bridge, there'll be two contracts, one for the design and then later on you have to follow the TR approach. The on-call is or just go but on the smaller bridge, yeah, I'd ask for the cost for the design permit, and then the inspection. And then, you guys go through the bid process or however you guys handle that in-house, but
Yeah, because we've done some small bridges a few years ago. I know.
Yeah, we did the other one the same way, cradle to grave. The whole project was one engineer. That's the reason. But that bridge on Ungenauer was done. The entire design, inspection, everything was one big company.
Can you work on these a little more?
Okay, what about the on-call? Is that
I think so.
goal or work on it more?
Work on them too.
What do I need to do?
Well,
On it?
we had a
well, I think on your on-call, you've got 3 proposals, right?
Yes.
And you recommended Bevercore.
Yes.
And the other 2 that proposed being on-call were who?
EES and BG, all
Right.
3. They're the 3.
Is there prices in there?
Yes.
And their hourly prices are in there. And
They have no set fee.
there won't be a set fee on that. It depends on how much we use.
so like you can get an engineer.
Is that your money?
No.
Is this the small one?
No, it's not on either one of those. That's on other engineering stuff.
Anytime the county needs something.
For example, let's say that we have a question about the wastewater up at the park, and we want an engineer. to fix it.
That's their
We'll
fee
call
for
them.
the on-call services.
We'll call them and they'll look at it and give us an opinion and they'll charge us for that time. Or if we've got a question about a ditch somewhere that needs to be
And
redone.
I remember using them several times, and we had Peppercorn do it one year.
Peppercorn did it for a couple of years.
BG is just closed out as January 1 on BG.
Yeah.
BG is a lot more expensive.
And it's strictly by the hour. Now with Peppercorn, we had a maximum per month that we were going to use. I could do it.
Always been 3,000.
I couldn't remember if we had that with BG too or not. But so we set our max up. We say if you're going to get over this amount for anything we requested of you in a given month, you need to let us know so we can decide if we want to go forward. But the old days we had a county engineer,
Right.
Somebody else staff who just did all this engineering for us. Well, we don't have that. So that's what this person is doing. This firm, our on-call engineer, they're available for us to call them up and say, come do this by the hour.
So we're not really looking at talking just about the bridges. We're talking just about in general for our county for an engineer and architect.
On the on-call part, yeah, that's what we're doing. Somebody who's just available to us when we need engineering advice on something.
For example, right now I've got requests out, which I'm supposed to have paperwork I haven't received for the guardrails that got knocked off, to put the guardrails back. So they're doing a study to put the guardrail back on. They're also doing a study, which I haven't, theoretically should be coming to these concrete ones, how to put if a guardrail goes up, it has to have an engineer study with it. I cannot replace a guardrail with anything other than what is exactly there. So that's when I call them.
And then send it out to bidders to bid on it. Like,
Do what now?
So like on big projects, they'll design it, do all whatever they need to do, all the specs, and then they'll turn it over to you to turn it out to bidders.
If we want to do it that way, it depends on the project.
But these two bridges are a completely separate thing.
Okay.
On the big bridge, we're talking about having somebody bid the design, just the design. On the little bridge, from this discussion, I see what we're talking about having somebody do is bid on all the engineering work for the whole project, because it's a small project. So we got three different things that we're dealing here at one time.
We have the on-call engineering.
Right.
Then we have the hell's bin, and then the small, we need 3 bins.
Yes.
Is what-
Yeah. And on the on-call, we won't get a flat price, we get hourly rates.
Well,
And that's what we
And
got.
this is the hourly rate.
How come we wouldn't use an on-call guy just to, if we decide who that is, just to design the big and little bridge?
Well, because you might get a better price by going to somebody else.
And the other, some of the companies do not want to tackle that complex of a bridge, the time and the effort. And it does, I mean,
On the big bridge, there's only people, you have to be qualified. You know, it's a gate up, so you have to be qualified.
Who are those companies?
Don't say that there's they're called Eats.
Bob Eaton is, BG is, I'm sure.
If you happen to have one of those as you're on call, they could still bid on that.
Yeah, they can still bid on it, and they probably would.
or we could give it to them if we felt the price was good. If they're on call, if it's a small project.
So,
On a small project.
That's what we've done in the past. I mean,
And you usually do like bigger products lump sum. I mean, you guys are responsible for dollar, so you want the price for the end. It's easier.
so Gary, you think it's good? It's okay to go ahead and do the on-call?
I think if you're ready to enter an agreement for an on-call, I think you're fine to do.
I know we've done it almost every year, 3 years, whatever. I don't have
yeah,
any
we
problem.
moved it to 2 years to get a little bit more continuity.
Your recommendation is what? Swab Eaton, you said?
No, peppercorn.
I'm just messing with you. All right. Are you okay with the on-call service?
I understand it now.
Yeah, I'm following.
So the motion is, make a motion that our on-call engineers, is it a yearly? We do it by the year?
We do a 2-year agreement. Yes.
For a 2-year agreement, goes to Peppercorn, that's right?
Yes.
As our on-call, engineers for Linn County. That's my motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. 3-0.
And then I will go back and I will put the Hell's Been out for design. And then on the other one, I'm putting out design and construction and everything because it's a small one, or do you want me to do design only?
Would you want all the engineering work for that project?
That's what I would prefer, but engineering and construction for that one.
Are you actually, you're not suggesting that they would actually do the construction? No. Yeah.
Well, they would monitor the contract.
Yeah, engineering committee, inspection, bridge inspection, when it's completed, overrating, so that, there's a list.
Yeah, they would,
All this requirements.
they would do all the engineering includes overseeing the construction.
Testing.
Not doing the construction.
Yeah, they would put it out for contract, testing, testing, bridge inspection, design for the smaller one.
What company are you with?
Yeah.
All right. Is that all you got, Jack?
Yep, that's all I got.
That's enough, wasn't it? You have all your books back when we leave. If somebody wants them. Start your own engineering firm. So let me ask you this, Jackie. All these buildings I'd like to talk about.
Okay.
So like next week, about maintenance, and then I want us to get that hour meeting next week or whatever it takes to get this done with the Dawson House. Is some of these, if we need all these buildings.
Talk about getting rid of
Get rid of buildings. And then, and Gary, because you're the great knowledge of the county for buildings, did we get rid of, he's got listed, I'm going to read you what he's got listed at the fairgrounds. You tell me if we still own them, because I thought we deeded some of these away or whatever.
That was my little caveat, not necessarily that we own them, that's if it's not perfect. It's if we help and do maintenance on them. That's when
Okay, but let me,
it-
yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. So everybody check it if we own it or don't own it. The Rabbit Barn
I
and
believe they own it. Don't they? Yeah. That's the only building we own.
okay, let me just go over them real quick. 4-H building's ours. The multi-purpose building, fairgrounds Lagoon
That's the.
on page 2. Yeah, and we'll work it.
You say we own?
Yeah, that's the one we own and we've put some money into.
We have no option. We have to.
Yeah.
We tried to get rid of it, let me assure you.
What's the gazebo? Where's that? Over here? Okay.
The multi-purpose barn, what'd you say?
We don't own it.
Fairboard Lagoon, we don't own either?
No.
Okay. The gazebo we own?
Mm-hmm. On the compactors, we own the site, but we don't own the stuff in it.
But the cities own the sites. Yeah, if they're in it, they're
So,
Centerville's separate, we own that side. At, Linn Valley, we don't own any of it, so
they bought the container, didn't they? They didn't buy the did they buy the compactor? Or they don't have a compactor? Do they have a
Yeah, they
compactor?
have-
It's theirs, and they bought 2 boxes for us to use for pickup.
So we don't own any of that, we own all of it at Parker, and in Centerville.
All
And
of
then-
it, Parker.
Parker, they own the site, and
Yeah, all the equipment.
we own the equipment. At Mount City, they own the site, we own the equipment. At Pleasanton, they own the site, we own the equipment.
Yes.
Is that all of them?
They had 1 building there, there's 2 buildings, they purchased one and put in
They put that one second building in.
Prescott, they own the site, we own the equipment. Sugar Valley, they own the site, it's our equipment.
I think they own the compactor.
Yeah.
Anyway, I want to go line by line next week with it and then,
I'll go back here and I'll highlight what I know we own.
Rick, are you wanting to schedule like at noon?
a workshop afterwards so we can still, I guess we have to stay in session because there's,
You're not talking about like scheduling it at 10:30 or 11?
no. Just after, once the meeting,
For agenda purposes, we're good.
once the meeting pretty much is wrapped up, we just go from there.
About ordering lunch.
Yeah.
What about like the acreage we own behind Casey's in Pleasanton? Can you put all that stuff on a sheet too?
Sure. This was mainly, it came from Public Works, is what we work on.
Yeah. But these are all the buildings, right? All the sites.
All the buildings are in
Now, that's a good point too. The land that we own.
there. Let me see if I
Because some of it might be economic development too, but if we know the industrial park and that's fine, but you're talking about it by the Casey's.
Yeah, yeah. It's like the shelter house at the Linn County Park for the horse camp. I mean, is that something that we put a lot of money and effort into, but they don't pay nothing, right?
It just sits there as a metal building. We do need to, I do need to come up with some point in time with bid proposal, put out a bid to do two roofs, that park house and one of the shelter houses.
Yeah, what about that park house? The park house, we rent that out to an individual, right? That rental house up at the park?
Yes. And it needs a roof, yes.
Can we just put all that on a list so that we know, all three of us know exactly what?
Okay.
Well, you've got Linn County Park dwelling. I assume that's the house, right?
Oh, is that it?
He's disguising it.
I'll work on it.
And then I don't know if Rick Castle is available, but he might be of great help in here for that next week.
Oh.
But I mean, that he didn't have to come over till probably 11:30 or 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much, unless you.
Okay, no, I don't need him. I just, all right.
What about the rakes that they got for the graders or the new tools? Are they all on working?
Yes, they're raving about how awesome.
I talked to Jason. He thought a lot of them too, but we need to get them out there pushing.
Well, I'm just saying around driving. I'm not saying.
Well, we got one on Rodney on the sheet. We only have one in this district, two of them
Why we got two up there?
there. Well, there was three. Somebody got two.
But you got one in Pleasanton?
I don't know where they put the third. I really don't.
Okay.
So we own three.
So that's what we got. That's what we got.
Rodney said.
Each area.
Yeah, Rodney said last week. He only asked for one load of gravel all week. Because they recycled all the gravel up and they didn't need it. And that's what they're designed to do is pull the rock back up.
I know all the days we missed because of quarantines and everything else. I've been down some roads. I went down some roads for about 45 minutes Saturday. So I know we need to.
If you find any that are really bad, I need to know.
Well, there's a lot.
I drive 20 miles of them a day and I can take you to them and just, I mean, I do from the southern end to the center.
What I did is I take those and give it to her. You have this road, what's going on? And she'll pull up the record. It was graded here. That's a 2-acre sword. We've done it. We're grading. Where the other side of the sword, hey, we haven't done that in a year. We found one of those.
Yeah.
You know, I had some people at work telling me that all along haven't had their road, I mean, and they use a lot. I never looked at anything.
And
I said they've called and
But
talked.
it's an essential tool. It'll tell me who was there, how much gravel. And like I said, it's a 2-acre sword. We've got one we hadn't done in 3 years. It's like, oops.
Well, I'm just saying right now, there's a lot of areas that we could be.
We need to.
I realize you've had sickness and what you did last fall, but there's lots of places that we need to start.
So can we keep them out there on the roads this week? And maybe if we need to add out something on the weekend, just to try to get caught back up, because there's a lot of time that we missed out on.
We've got a lot of good weather. I mean,
Yeah, and that's.
doing some work.
And if we were doing we thought of some off-the-road projects.
That seen it work, and it was just an individual said it really did a good job to one of my neighbors up there on North Parker.
Everybody happy when they're gonna get there. I mean, they're that happy with it. You go there, normally if the ground for the road is hard, you're gonna peel off 2 inches with that blade. That's all you can get.
Right.
Blade through the river. Those go to the bottom of the pothole and then you back drag it like you live.
And we have three, right?
Pardon?
We have three of them right now, right?
Three of them.
Now, the way I understand it is they drop it down and drag it first, then come back and blade it, or do they do it?
There's two different techniques, but
Which one are we using? Which
I like the
technique?
one Rocky's been using. It goes down the side of the road without the, I think we'll film it. I never got
Could we put a blade behind him and we can hurry the process up? I mean, if we've got
there.
one.
It could, but if he's running the road and then
Turn.
he hits the bad spot with the potholes, and then he can keep going, and because otherwise I have to pull one out.
How many miles of gravel road do we have? Okay.
660 something.
660. How
We
many?
have 935 total miles.
660 of gravel. How many blades we got?
10.
10.
Each district has enough work. There's greater districts than we have. Each district has enough work that without cleaning ditches, they're just running. They can get through their entire district in 2 weeks and start again. But
That's about the time it lasts too.
yeah. If you start cleaning ditches, of course, that was 3.
Or any other projects. We drug them out of that health. Yeah, we killed them on that.
Are we still doing ditches?
Pull too many of the grader operators. We were pulling dump truck drivers, people from the park or landfill. Yeah, we constantly do ditches, but it has to be dry enough. It's been too wet recently. This week's gonna be a good week to work on it.
Can we get one of those rippers down here in Pleasanton District?
Can you check
Let me
on it?
find out where it is. I was talking about putting it on Franklin's plate, but I don't know where they put it.
Okay.
I feel
Roughly
like
66 miles of blade. I mean, I just,
Yeah.
so.
a good blade operator can do 9 or 10 miles a day if all things are running.
That's roughly 6 to 7 days.
Some of them get 3 or 4, some of them get 6, 7. Around your area, we do have new operators here and there, and
Well, I got-
it looks real simple. Just go in there, drop the blade and gun it, and it's nothing.
It takes.
And I'm almost, I'm toying with the idea of moving some people around.
Do we have somebody that trains them like hands on that?
You can't get much better than Harry. He trains. When we took Todd out of there and put him as a basketball foreman, we lost a lot. We got some that are hard headed. They just want to laugh at the guy gets the road. It's the whole thing. Just when I was getting ready to bring somebody in to train everybody outside, they might listen to it, that's when COVID hit. So as COVID ever slows down, we're gonna get back to the Kansas road program and set up training here and training. I mean, outside training. I sent some to the training about a year and a half ago, and they came back and said, we learned stuff we didn't know. I've been running blade for 10 years now. So COVID killing us.
Hey, I will tell you this, and I did it for a long time, and now I run by Joyce a few times, but if somebody's telling you, calling you, if you get online, I don't know if you use computer much, but if you do, you can type that information right into the Linn County website for roads, and Joyce will have the work request typed up right away, and then you can check with her on it really quick. And that's what, I like to bombard them.
And I'm just like, that's one of my concerns is really,
Yeah.
and I'd like to see them in better shape.
Yeah.
I know we've been, lots of things happening.
Any other big projects going on other than that with the road crews?
Right now.
With the tractor issues, are we still doing roadsides mowing, the brush and all that? Because that's, soon as spring hits, everybody's, got all their stuff out there.
As I have people, I mean, right now I've got one of the blade operators running the sign truck. He'll be running it for another week.
Okay.
Like that too, as far as cleaning the ditches, this is something, and I do mow the road ditches along by my place. And, whenever we put the spoil pile up there in the grass, and there is places that's hard on mowers. And I got a 15-foot bush hog. I know what it does to it, and I'd like to see that somehow. I don't know whether we come along with a bobcat or whatever to pick that up and get it out of the way.
You talking about from the dirt or the
dirt?
The grade?
No, the
You're not
grade
talking
will
about
come
the road, you're
along,
talking
clean the ditch, but they shove it.
They throw it up on instead of back up on the road.
There's guys, and there's a lot of guys that mow the ditches themselves, And I know what that does to bush hogs, and I know that's what that does to ours too, as far as the counties.
The problem is, I know that's the best way of doing it. We try to do that if we know somebody is maintaining that area, we try to do it. But that, you're not gonna get a mile a day and you've got a dump truck and back up.
Yeah, you'd have so much stuff.
I understand it.
And that's more resources than we have a lot of the times. I mean, not making an excuse, I mean, just the reason we don't do more of it.
But what I'm saying is, I can go right now and I take you to places that's been there months. It's still laying there, and then guys will mow the road ditch, you know, if it wasn't there, and it's hard on everybody's equipment. I mean, not just yours.
And I've talked about it a few different times, you know, throughout the time I've been here. You know, I'm still a huge fan of getting an old dump truck that we have and a trailer and a Bobcat and having a guy go out before the grader goes through and kind of do the majority of the cleaning and everything, and then have the grader just come back and do the final grade. I mean, could we have a guy do that just kind of runs a dump truck and a loader all day long? That's what he does.
If we had enough people, but if we.
We can't even keep them on the grader.
I do have a piece of equipment that I have not had a chance to put on that we discovered over there. It goes on a boom mower and it's supposed to clean the ditch. It's like a rototiller sideways, and it's supposed to throw the stuff out instead of piling it up. We need to get that going, but.
This is something you discovered it had been buried for, yeah, and it's brand new.
No, I got it. It was sitting right out in plain sight. I thought it was fire department equipment. I never went and looked at it. So then I went to bid one to see, because I heard something. And then Harry said, "Oh, we got one of those." We didn't. About years ago. A couple of people tried it, didn't like it. So we had time to hook it up and try it.
Now, as far as grading the roads too, is there anything on your program that says I come along and I see a pool when it's raining in the pool, the water sitting in the road because it's raining, rain 2 inches? Is that something you guys take up to if we call that in towards actually the ditches that draining or the tubes plugged up?
We call Joyce.
Okay.
And Joyce cuts the work.
Yeah, that happens a lot where the road's lower than the size of the road in some places.
But you don't see it unless you're there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Some of the problem is that when it gets real saturated, we can't put the grader out there, and that's when you want to be seeing it. But that thing weighs 44,000 pounds, and the dump truck will make bigger issues.
So what I'm saying is we can mark it and come back and work on it when it gets dry. Is what I'm saying.
Or if somebody sees it, they call her, have a work order, and Harry hates foreclosures. Not that he hates them. He had one in him on record. It's kind of funny. It's like, I don't want that over. He'll go do it. Not everybody's that astute, but I get a kick out of Harry because he doesn't like something on his record. He wants to get rid of it immediately. Now the website complaint. I'm gonna call and complain about that low spot, and I do it online, which they can do. It goes to IT, and then they send it to Joyce and I, and Joyce immediately cuts a work order on them. And if somebody sends a picture.
And that's just on our website as far as.
The Linn County website.
Yeah.
And then if I see something and it's really bad, I attach a picture, it goes in the record on that road without the pavement. We have pictures of this stuff. Like the gentleman this morning, he came in and I finally figured out where he was talking about. He said the whole water crossing was bad.
Right.
We'll go out, take a picture, and then we'll create a work order on it.
Now, can people actually put the picture in when they go?
No.
Nothing there.
But if they want to email it to her, she'll put it right in
Yeah.
the system. I'm bringing something I left it in there. I did the little one. I was going to give it to everybody as a refresher. This is the number you call for this, and this. So her number, my number, everything's on it. I can't see it back there. I'll print it on.
Y'all done?
Yep. Okay. Toasted.
You got more?
I just got something I want to give you. This is,
Search warrant?
no, it's the greatest maximum price document on the project. That's one that, I didn't know, you've all had it at one time or another, but I didn't know if you still had it. Right, the question that was asked a couple weeks ago and then asked again last week was how much contingency funds do we have? And if you look there at the, second, or the third page of that, you see it's like $399, or 97,000 or 99,000. That's the contingency funds. And so when there's a change, that's not a change that is initiated by us, but a change necessitated by design. That change comes out of if it's an increase, that money comes out of the contingency fund. If it's a decrease, that money goes back into the contingency fund. Right now, we've done maybe half a dozen changes of different types. One of them credited us about 30,000. The others have taken about 60 or so thousand. So we're about $30,000 into our contingency right now, out of the.
Now, does everybody know that that's all the contractors and the dollar figure?
Yeah,
It's
that's
a public
figure.
So, yeah.
That's just,
So,
that's,
yeah.
what I'm just saying, you know where I'm at with that.
Yeah, well, all that,
But there's a but on
there's
that. Go ahead.
process. I mean, they got, let's say a contractor says, well, this is something that needs, contingency funds. That's gotta go through all the engineer, it's gotta go through River City, it's gotta go through us. I mean, there's a lot of checks on that to make sure that they're not just, they've got to show, for example, on here, they've got to show the hard evidence that this is something that we can't work with and we couldn't have known it when we did it. So it's pretty strict.
I mean,
but we want to stay on top of it too.
I've only done work with 2 of these with the guaranteed price, and they've always come under budget. The one at the schools, and the reason for
Make it up if it don't, right?
what's that?
You'll make it up.
Oh, well, just
Actually,
write a bad check. Write a bad check.
Make it up.
Yeah, they're guaranteed. They're on the hook.
So see, River City is motivated to keep this down
Because they got more profit.
If it goes over, they're at risk. They're the ones who got to pay. So they're motivated to keep it down.
We're motivated to keep as much in contingency so we can do what we need to do afterwards.
Right.
So, and that's what we need to figure out too. David? No speeches? All right. Danny, you got anything? I'll make a motion, we adjourn. Moved and second, all in favor? Aye.
Seeing him today, but I haven't looked for him.
I didn't know that scope work. But